In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're ruling this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. But metal hearts will never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living a dream. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're ruling this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. But metal hearts will never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back.
Hey there guys, what's going on? Finest Fellas here. Welcome back to another live stream on the channel. Today we are going to be doing some more hobbying, but we are finishing the Guants. They will be finished this stream. I'm not stopping until they are done. And yeah, it's going to be rather interesting. I'm going to start with some dry brushing. Pretty sure this is my open one. Though I don't think it is. I should have an open Doom Bulb around here somewhere. That one seems like it's been opened. Chuck that through the vortex mixer for a sec. Hey Ryan, Logan, what's going on, guys? hopefully the start of the Space Marines. Ryan, we are a long way away from doing the Space Marines, my dude. We've got 10 Nudo Gaunts, 5 Barb Gaunts. We have the Screamer Killer. Yeah, we got so many Tyranids to do, dude. The Marines are not happening for a long time. You have to bear in mind, I have just finished doing 37 Space Marine models. So I'm enjoying my Tyranid models. The Space Marine half of this box is not going to be done for some time. Alright. Okay, I'm going to need a fair bit of this because I'm going to be doing 20 bases with this. Chuck some medium in there. Yeah, dude, like 37 I think it was, Space Marine miniatures. It's a lot of Space Marines. So, it's gonna be a while before we get around to the Space Marine half. Where's my ship brush? There we go. I'm gonna use this to mix. I'm gonna need a fair bit of it. Okay, yeah, even though this is my ship brush, it's not gonna be what I need today. This is the glue brush. Yeah, man. We did so many Space Marines, it's unreal. Comfortable to say I won't be doing another one for a little while. But when I do get around to the Space Marines, it's going to be interesting because there's quite a few characters in that box. There's the Librarian in Terminator armor. There is another Phobos Lieutenant. We've just done one, but there's another Phobos Lieutenant. There's an Apothecary Biologist. And then there's obviously the Dreadnought, some Infernus Marines, some actual Terminators, which will be interesting. There's a Captain. Now, I'm pretty comfortable to say that I think the guy who is going to have the Apothecary Biologist named after him, since he hasn't shown up to my streams in a very long time, I will have the Apothecary Biologist available for the supporters of the channel to be named if they choose it. But yeah, so far we haven't had anyone who wanted to get a miniature named after themselves in my army. Alright, how we looking? It's still looking a bit wet, a little bit more. Almost there. It's like double cream at the moment. Need it like milk. April was sided! How you doing? Stephen Cullen 40k. Hey all, I might have spent a lot of money today on my new army. Excellent. What did you get? Let's do a test and see how that's looking. It's looking alright, but we'll see. The paper does not lie. Way too wet. Okay. More. What did you get? Ryan's like, me please. So you need to be a channel supporter. That enters you to be able to have a miniature in the army named after you. Whether that be a Marine. And then supporters of like 2 months can have a sergeant named after them. And a supporter of 3 months can have a character named after them. But yeah, my guy that wanted the Apothecary Biologist, he'd supported the channel for several months in a row. But like I said, I have now not seen him for several months, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. Alright, let's try that. Hang on, let's do a little bit of mixy. April, I want one, but I'm broke. It's all good, April. Your viewership is all I need, love. You're alright. Alright, How we looking? That's looking okay. It's still a bit wet, though, for what I want it to be. You got the League of Votan. Interesting. Like, which models did you buy? Did you get the one with the big vehicle? I will apologize. I don't know the names of any of the Votan stuff. You know that big vehicle thing they get? Did you get one of them? Right, that's got to be good now. That's looking pretty milky in there. Let's have a look. I blasted that way too much, sorry. It's a bit wet, but we'll see. See how we do. Yeah, it is a bit. Let me turn the PSI up slightly. Ryan, wait, how do you become a supporter? So it's people, so for YouTube, it's those who follow the channel. Not just the subscribers, but the followers. You can do it through the YouTube system, or you can do it through my Patreon, or my Buy Me a Coffee sort of thing. Whichever method you prefer. It's looking pretty good. On to the next one. Oh, I know, Logan. I know, dude. I say it every time, my guy. I know that you will be the last man standing, my guy. When everyone else gets fed up and leaves the channel, I know that you will be the last man there. You will be there for the final video or stream. I know it, man. Whichever stream or video we do to close the channel down, you'll be there for it. Let me see. I've got all of it. Oh, the Land Fortress. That's what it's called. You got all the models. Damn, dude. He's going Leagues of Votan hard. Like I said, I don't know anything about the Leagues of Votan. What was it that made you want to collect an army of them, if you don't mind me asking? What was the inspiration behind it? And what kind of paint job are you going to do? That'd be very interesting to see what kind of paint jobs you come up with. I will never leave. Good man. And me, I'll probably salute you at the end of the stream. Hell yeah, dude. I mean, I've been doing it for almost 10 years. We're not finished yet. It's actually scary to say that, though, that I've been doing content of one form, shape, or another for 10 years. Like, April, how old were you when you first joined my stream? Bearing in mind that was a decade ago, man. Well, I had a lot of you young folk in, didn't I? Steven, I just like Dwarf, and I thought they'd look cool. To be honest, it was an impulse buy, really. Oh, I totally get that, mate. I totally get that, Steven. Most of my buys are impulse buys as well, if that makes you feel any better. Most of my buys are impulse buys, for sure. Well, I was this close the other day, because I used to collect an old guard army back when Dark Vengeance came out. Don't know how long ago that was. I was like 20-ish years old, 19, 20, when Dark Vengeance came out. The Dark Vengeance box. I don't know what edition of the game that was. But, yeah, it was a while ago. And, what I used to play was Guard. I collected a whole Guard army. But obviously, since then, they've updated the entire Guard range. So I almost impulse buy a whole bunch of models to upgrade my Guard to the modern sculpts. That included, I think it was almost 100 individual Guardsmen, so it's like 10 boxes of 10 Guard, a couple of Command Squads, a couple of Chimeras, and a Rogel Dorn. There was a couple of Field Ordnance batteries as well, actually. And I think he came to like, 1,400 pound. And I was just gonna chuck it all on the credit card and regret it later. Almost did it. I couldn't justify it to myself because then I'd have to actually paint another 100 guardsmen. And I did that back in the day for my old army. I had 100 individual infantry guards. Now that was not including the command squads. 10 groups of 10 Cadians. The problem is, now that I'm painting to a better standard than I did back then, I'd then have to go ahead and paint 100 bloody guardsmen. And I don't think I have the mental fortitude to do that all in one go. Well, I've just finished 37 Space Marines, and it's made me want to go and work on my Tyranids. So I think I'd probably get like 37, maybe 40 guardsmen done. But I want to paint something else. This is boring. Right, let's have some of this coffee before it gets cold. As well, I might have got carried away and got 3 land fortresses. Mate, you're rich as fuck. Can I be your friend? Can I be your friend? 3 land fortresses. Holy crap, dude. So what do they do for the army? Are they like transports, or are they like heavy support? Are they like your tank? What are the land fortresses? What do they do? Are they kind of like the dwarf equivalent of a land raider? You'll have to excuse my ignorance. It's not really a faction I looked into properly. You know, as Eons of Battle says on his channel quite a lot, you know, when I looked at the Leagues of Votan, they didn't really flimmy my flam or jimmy my jam. They weren't really my thing. I love it when Eon says that. He's great. You know, they weren't really for me, but I'm glad other people can enjoy them. Now, I'm running out of this mix, but we did get halfway through, so that's fine. Ryan, I heard the one thing I don't have anymore. Money! Yeah, money is one of those things, my dude. It's hard to come by, but so easy to spend. I mean, Ryan, you're still a young lad, aren't you? You're still a younger lad. Money is something in your life that will come and go, and you'll never have enough of it for all the things you want to do. Sorry, buddy. Sorry to shit on your dreams like that. But no matter how much money you earn, there's always an outlet for it, and it'll be very easy for you to spend it all. Whether that be hobbies, women, cars, whatever. Whatever it is you get into when you get older. And for somebody who's going to turn around and say to me, women are not expensive, you clearly have never been married. Go get married, spend six years of your life with that person, then come back and tell me women are not expensive. I dare you. Although, to be fair, when I was married, my wife let me hobby and game to some certain extent. As long as she got what she wanted, she didn't care. I don't know if that was a good or a bad thing. Looking back at it, it's probably not the best thing. But never mind. To be honest, they both horde armies. No problem. So yeah, tell me more about this, what did you say it was called? Land ship. Did you say it was a land ship? Where was it? Land fortress. Tell me more about this land fortress. So what does it do for your army? Is it just a big transport? Or is it like a tank? Or what does it do? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Scooby rabbit doob doob bap dap doob doob bow ba dab doob 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 bow wow bow. Scooby doo 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 doo. Scooby doo 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 bow. Baby age of 14. There you go. Women and debt are the two most expensive things ever. And one of them causes the other. They can. I wouldn't say that women and debt are mutually exclusive. It depends on the woman, really. It depends. Is the music loud enough for everyone? Because I've got it quite turned down on my end, but I want to make sure it's loud enough for everyone else. Alder Zone's here. What's going on, man? Land Fortress, Pretty Work, and Walking Armor, Land Raider. Oh, okay. A lot of firepower. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Finest fellas likes his firepower. Yeah, I really need to soak this in some isopropyl alcohol, get all this dried paint on the cup sorted. Right, on to the next mix. Just to finish off the other, what have we got? 6, 7. To get the other 7 of them done. How you doing, Alder? Teeny bit quiet, but it's a chill song. I can turn it up a few decibels, but I don't want it to get too loud. There you go. That's up a few decibels. Just let me know if it starts drowning me out. And it can transport. Mate, that sounds sick. Lots of firepower, and it has the capability to transport troops. That's awesome. You're painting for the first time in a month. Welcome back to the table. What you painting? What you working on? What you doing? Pardon me for a minute while I get this mix sorted out. But yeah, don't you worry, Ryan. We'll get round to doing the Space Marines eventually. But I'm not in a hurry to do it because with the 11th edition box, also containing Space Marines, you know, I'm just not in a rush to be painting mass amounts of Space Marines considering how many I've already done this year. Like, painting Space Marine gets a bit tedious after a while. It's the same with any army, to be fair. I am sure, by the time I've finished my Tyranids here, I am sure I will be desperate to paint a Space Marine again. But I'm not quite there yet. I've just finished 20 Gaunts, almost. They're not entirely finished. They still need the wash at their joints and stuff. And I need to do the little pegs they're standing on. They've got some detail that need painted in. And then once that's done, the 20 Gaunts will be finished. And we are finishing them on this stream. Because I want to get moving on to the next batch. It's taken me a long time to get 20 Gaunts done. And that's not including the time I've done for it off camera. The stuff on camera you've seen is just some of it. I've done some of the work off camera. So we're looking easily 20 plus hours so far just to get them done. Alright. Test paper. No, that's very wet. I don't usually complain if something's wet, but in this instance, it's not very good. Gene Stealers! Hey! More Tyranids for the swarm! Nice. So, Gene Stealers, when you buy the box of Gene Stealers, do they come in squads of 10 or 5 in the box? Because I remember back in the day, when I used to face Tyranid armies, there used to be a larger box of them, but I don't know if they do that anymore. Because aren't they considered elites? Are they elites? Or are they not elites? Perfect. 10! Yes! Yeah, that'd suck if they came in only 5. Have I ever mentioned how much I love my airbrush? Ryan, can you have multiple armies? Sent it twice. Yes, of course you can. You can have as many armies as you can afford, my guy. I don't think you'll ever find anyone at Games Workshop saying, no, you can't buy more models. Getting through this mix faster than I thought. Oh, do you mean like multiple armies on the same... in the same army on like on the tabletop when you're playing at one time? I don't know the updated rule for that. When I used to play back in the day, right, there used to be this rule called Allied Detachment, which was really cool, which meant I could bring my Imperial Guard with some Space Marines. At the time I had Dark Angels. But I don't know if that's still a thing or not in modern games. I don't think it is, because I've never seen it on the table itself. Like, on the battle reports I've seen. So I'm not sure. You might need to ask someone else. But, do you mean, can you buy multiple armies? Of course you can. Of course you can. I don't think Games Workshop would ever stop you from buying more than one army. If anything, they'll be trying to upsell you everything. But like, hey man, you want this army? You want that army? You need this box. This box is brand new. This box is great. They will upsell the crap out of everything. I mean, like, 2 separate armies. Like, one is, let's say, Necron and one Tyranids. Now, are you saying to play at the same time on the table, or just to own? Because I'm not entirely sure what you mean. It's actually a pretty good idea to have a couple of different projects, because like Fella said, painting one army and over again is tedious. To own! Yep, Ryan, if you want to own multiple armies, you can own whatever you want. The only thing stopping you is money and hobby time. That's the only thing that will stop you from having more than one. Alright? Games Workshop and play, but only an army at a time. So yeah, like I said, Ryan, to be able to play, I don't know if you can have multiple armies on the table at the same time, because I don't know if that allied detachment is still a thing. And the way it used to work back in the day was it needed to be an army that could be allied and made sense to ally in the lore. So for me, having my Imperial Guard and having Space Marines drop in was perfectly fine. But to own it, my dude, you can own as many toy soldiers as you want. For example, I have some Guard models, I have Space Marines, I have Tyranids, etc., etc., you know. I don't have a large number of any of those particular models, but I do own them. Edion has 16 armies, because that man has a lot of disposable income. Not just 40k. Fantasy 2. Ah, okay, that makes it makes me feel a little bit better. If I'm honest though, when I start collecting my Star Wars Legion again, I don't know what army I want to do first. I don't know if I want to do my clones or my Imperials first. They're my two favorite factions when it comes to Star Wars Legion. And I like both of them. I like both of them equally, so I'm not entirely sure which one I want to do first. Alright, now we're done with the airbrushing for today, so I'm just going to give it a nice proper clean. Make sure that I don't have any bits jammed in. What do you guys think? When I start collecting my Star Wars Legion, what do you think I should do first? My Republic or my Imperials? You'd probably go with Republic or Empire as well, so you're no help. It's all good, my dude. I will say, I think the Rebels are probably my least favorite. I wouldn't say I'm a big fan of a lot of the Rebel miniatures. The droids, they're whatever. The Separatist Alliances, whatever. I'll tell you one faction I really want to paint, though, but I don't think my painting skills are quite there yet to be able to pull it off, is they're launching a whole new faction instead of just having them as allied detachments, like I said for Warhammer. The Mandalorians! The Mandos are getting their full army. They get to be their own thing, which is really cool. Because before, they were just like part of the Shadow Collective. They were allied detachments. But now they're getting their own army, which is sick. So you can imagine I'm quite happy about that. I would definitely do the Mandos, but I don't think my painting skill's quite there yet to be able to do all those Mandalorians with all their different color schemes and different ways that you paint up the Mandos. Just gonna clean out this bit as well. Perfect. And turn that off. Lovely. Right. Just gonna let those bases dry for a minute, and then we'll move on to the shading. Now, for the shading, I want to use Fuegian Orange, just to give it a bit more of an orangey appearance to it. And then for dry brushing, I'm thinking something bright, like maybe Troll Slayer Orange or something along those lines. But yeah, so for Star Wars Legion, there's some really cool minis in there that I want to try and paint. That way I'm not just always painting Warhammer, you know what I mean? The good thing about airbrushing is it dries really quickly. Fuegian Orange. And chuck it through the vortex real quick. I'm ordering some shelving units to go in the corner of my room here so I can actually clear up my desk properly. Get some proper storage going. Can't wait for that. Oh, I actually need to order some curtains as well. Can't forget the curtains. There's never enough storage. Older, mate, you're preaching. You're preaching to the choir, my dude. You're absolutely right. There is never enough storage. Let's try and move my camera so you guys can see what I'm doing. But yeah, I'm just working on the bases right now, because once the bases are done, we can put the minis on the bases and just finish off the feet of the Gaunts. And then we'll be ready to rock and roll. Might even be able to get started on our next project tonight, depending how quick I can get this done. See, this would be good if I had pigment powder. That's something else I need to buy, pigment powder. Because then I could make it look real dusty. Really Martian. Make sure I get it in all the nooks and crannies. Thankfully, this new desk has plenty of drawer space. Yeah, buddy. So, my big table here that I'm using used to be like a dining room table, but in my old flat, there was no room for it. So I used it as a hobby table. And, yeah. Then decided that instead of going out and buying another table just dedicated to doing hobbying, this was the perfect size. So I figured if I ever need a dining room table, I'll just go out and get a dedicated dining room table, because I like this one for my hobbying. I don't really want a smaller desk. If I did get another desk, I'd probably do the same thing I did with my computer. Because my computer doesn't actually have a dedicated desk. My computer is sitting on, you know those kitchen countertops? Everyday things, just the countertops you've got in your kitchens. My computer is sitting on one of those. It's very thick, but it's sitting on one of those. And all I did was drill some legs for it to stand on in the bottom. And that has been my computer desk for... how long have I had that now? Since just before COVID, so maybe 2018. 2017, 2018. So if I was to get another desk, I'd probably do the same thing. But, unlike your desk holder, it doesn't have any storage in it. Because it's just a big kitchen countertop. Because I looked at how much gaming desks were back then, right? Gaming desks were charging you a premium because it had the word gaming in them, so I just built my own. But yeah, I definitely need to get the storage sorted out. Because that desk in my corner is going to be set up with my spare computer. Well, not my spare one, but my old one. So that my daughter can use it. Because she's kind of getting to that age now where she wants to play video games. And, yeah, I did say to her I'd set up the spare computer for her at some time when she gets a little bit better at school. So we'll see. Man, to think about COVID, though, like the whole lockdown thing, that was ages ago. Absolutely ages ago. Like, my kid was born during COVID. So, quite a long time ago. Smart, yeah, I tend to stay clear from anything labeled gaming. Yeah, exactly, dude, exactly, because they just charge you a premium. Just for having that word associated with it. And plus, my wife at the time, she was like, yeah, you know, you're not spending all that money on a gaming desk, because they were upwards of like £200 or £300. So I managed to build that one for, I think it just came to £100. And it was huge. It's like twice the size of any other desk we saw. It's just like, right, fine. Go build that. I was like, yes. Yes, ma'am. Bought it that very second. Online, I was like, and buy. Gotta make sure I get in between of these rocks. So, what Hive Fleet are you doing to your Gene Stealers, my guy? Does people want me to change the music up, or are you guys happy with this kind of chilled out music? Let's see. I sometimes work from home, so I just bought the cheapest thing. Height adjustable table, so I can sometimes stand while I work. Oh, you got one of those cool ones. Hive Fleet Tiamat. Which one's that again? Is that one of the green ones? Music is good. Alright, man. No problem. I'll leave that music on then. That's 6 down. Pale tealish green, yeah, the ones that actually occupy planets and defend their territories instead of, you know, just num 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 num. Yep, those ones. It's interesting you've gone for Tiamat, though. It's not a very common one to see, is it? Always like it when people do things that aren't the norm. Can't wait to see some more of that. Come on, get underneath the rocks. There we go. 7. I kind of wish we could have the audiobooks, or like, you know, the 40k stories playing in the background while we're doing this. That'd be cool. Just as we're all sat here hobbying away, we can have those going off in the background. But I do not want to be copyright striked. What kind of basing scheme are you going to go for your hive? I always love how people approach their basing schemes. So I'm doing this basing scheme like a Martian red planet because of the game Battle Sector. Warhammer 40,000 Battle Sector, where High Fleet Leviathan was attacking the Blood Angels on Baal and Baal Secundus. And a lot of the maps you fight on are like these red Martian type bases, and I thought, you know, that'd be really cool. So that's why I went for like a Martian base, because of that game. Probably similar to what you're doing now, actually. I haven't done any Martian base yet. Green and red should work well together. I would have thought so, yeah. That'd be cool. All I'm doing, bud, is I put my texture paste down. I'll put some rocks over the top with some glue. Doombolt brown spray. I'm now using Fugian orange, or however the hell you pronounce that. Fugian orange as a wash, and then I'm thinking about what I'm going to dry brush over the top. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure if I want to do a red or if I want to do an orange. I might do a red. Not sure. Haven't decided yet. And the other reason I wanted to do a Martian base is because I will be buying some Star Wars Legions soon enough. And I'm probably going to be going with my Republic troopers. And I wanted to practice my Geonosis basing. Because it's very similar, Martian red sort of thing, you know? Need to do a test base. Yeah, for sure, dude, for sure. Yeah, me and Openstrand were playing some games of Star Trek Armada 3 the last couple of nights ago, actually, now. Unfortunately, he's having computer issues, because I would have been playing some more Star Trek Armada 3 to finish up our game. But he hasn't, his computer's having a nightmare at the moment. Which is a shame. There we go. Have you ever played Star Trek Armada 3? Anyone in the chat? If you're into Star Trek, it's a great mod. Really, really fun. Star Trek Armada 4 is kind of out, but it's still in heavy development. The only things they've really done for it are the Federation and the Cardassians. They haven't really done any of the other major races yet. And last I checked, the Cardassians weren't even finished. Bearing in mind, that was almost a month ago now, but they're very slow on their progression for that. But at least Star Trek Armada 3 is actually out and has been for a long time. I think it's 2021 they released the final version of Armada 3. And actually, one of my favorite races to play is the Klingons in Armada 3. Love the Klingons. I find them to be very, very strong. Their economy is kind of crap, but the ships are just so much fun to use. a lot of rocks on this one, so there's a lot of nooks and crannies to get into. Let's try and push that wash into the recesses here. As far as like upcoming games are concerned, there's not too many of them that I've got my eyes on. I've had my eyes on a game called Falling Frontier for the longest time, but I think that game is more of a fairy tale at the moment. I don't think it'll ever come out properly. What else was there? Dunno, there actually wasn't that many games I was looking forward to this year. What's everyone else looking forward to? Any games anyone's got their eyes on? I'm looking forward to the Warhammer 40,000 Total War game. That'll be kind of cool. I'm a big fan of Total War, or at least I used to be. So I'll be quite curious to see what Total Warhammer 40,000 looks like. When it comes to the new Dawn of War, I'm not sure if I'll get it, because I'm not a big fan of the direction that Dawn of War took after Dawn of War 2. And if I'm perfectly honest, guys, I don't think that Dawn of War 4 is too dissimilar from what I've seen from Dawn of War 3. And I really did not enjoy Dawn of War 3. So I'm not sure I'll end up getting it. I'll hold my final opinion on it until I actually see some proper gameplay, but from where I'm standing at the moment, it's more of a no than it is a yes. Plenty of 40k games coming out. Yeah, there's a lot of Warhammer stuff coming out. Like I said, I'm looking forward to the Total War, which is probably going to be next year at some point. And then, like I said, when it comes to Dawn of War, not sure. Not sure yet. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I would like to be impressed by it, but we'll see. See, the older I got, the less impressed I've been with upcoming games and stuff, you know? I think I'm too nostalgic. Too nostalgic of the older games. Alright, we've got 4 more to go. Dark Heresy. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. I'm not sure if I'll get that or not. My funding is very limited, you see, so I have to be very picky about what I get. Right, once I've finished these bases up, I really need to sit down and think about what I want to do for the dry brush. I think a red would look really nice, but at the same time, so would an orange. Unless I just go for another brown. I think an orange would look pretty cool. If I had some pigment powders, what I would do is I'd use some kind of red pigment powder and an orange dry brush. Orange and salmon dry brush, maybe. Maybe. I'll have a look. I'll see. I'll take a look at my arsenal and see what I've got. Swiggy! I've got a Krieg Heavy Weapons team. Spent under $100, though I unfortunately missed the D&D session with the lads. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I don't play D&D, so... No, no big deal for me. A Krieg Heavy Weapons team. What are you gonna build them as? 1 heavy flamer, 1 las cannon, 1 heavy stubber. He's getting the decker. What's better than a flamethrower? A heavy flamethrower. Yeah, boy. Alright, that is all of that done. Now we've got to wait for that to dry. Infantry killer all round and tank stopper. Yeah. Unfortunately, I find with las cannons, when I used to play back in the day, that more often than not, they'd whiff. That was just my luck with my dice, though. I was a terrible dice roller. Alright, well, I'm waiting on that. Let's have a look at you. That's like biomass. Okay. That's like some kind of rubble on his feet. One of my hairs sticking to this one. Charming. That's also some kind of rubble. Some kind of rubble. Some kind of rubble. Which one was the biomass? You go in a separate pile. Rubble. Nada. Biomass. Nada. Rubble. Biomass. Rubble. Rubble. Nothing. Biomass. Nothing. Rubble. 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 Okay, so there we go. 2 separate piles of different ones to paint up. You don't get to roll as much dice, fair enough. Yeah, man. It's not bad having something that's capable of dealing with all sorts of stuff. Nothing wrong with that at all. Like I said, I don't really play, so it doesn't make any difference to me. For me, it's more about what I want to paint. Alright, we're just waiting for these to dry. And when they're dried, I'll see what the tones are looking like, if I want to go lighter or darker. But yeah, Alder, I'm kind of on the orange highlights, I think. For sure. Yeah. I need to get me one of those packets of tufts. You know the little grass tufts that are like, dead grass? I need to get me a packet of that, I think. Right. Just waiting for those to dry. As far as painting this biomass and stuff, or at least the rubble, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the rubble. I might just snip them off the feet, if I'm perfectly honest. Because the rubble really doesn't go with this. And that's a lot of gaunts with rubble on their feet. There's some at the Warhammer store. Oh, I'm not paying their prices, dude. They charge a premium. I'll just get mine off of, like, Google or Etsy or something. Something cheap. They're the same product. They just don't get charged a premium because they're not sold by Games Workshop. grass tufts shouldn't have to be expensive. And I'm not paying a fortune for them. Just let the sponge soak up some of that moisture again. Pour out the excess. Right, what I'm going to try and do on one of these models. Where's my Dumbo? I'm going to try and just paint it in. Where's me good brush? So what we can do here. Oh yeah, exactly, Older. There's always a cheaper brand somewhere. Always, always, always. Although I did buy the Games Workshop box of skulls, because somebody was selling it for slightly cheaper on Amazon. Not much, it was only like £2 or £3 cheaper, but it was still cheaper. So I did end up getting the big box of skulls. Which came in really handy for some of those Space Marines. And what I'm going to be doing actually here in a minute, for some of the bigger Tyrannid models, I'm going to have a look through my bits and see if there's any old Guard or Space Marine bits I can use as basing bits for my Tyrannid monsters. Some of the bigger ones just have like limbs of Space Marines on the floor. They've munched their way through a Space Marine squad or something. You know, just have the base tell a bit of a story. That's hundreds of skulls, varying sizes and races. It's a good set. Yeah, it is. But for the grass tufts, I totally agree. It's just like there are cheaper brands to get that do exactly the same thing. I use super glue on mine anyway. I know they're self-adhesive, but I use super glue on mine anyway. So the fact if their adhesive is good or not doesn't really matter to me. Especially in a hobby as expensive as this one. I'm all about cutting costs wherever I can. So I actually last night started watching an anime called Black Clover. Has anyone seen it? It's alright so far. I think the episodes are pretty damn short, all things considered. Especially coming from like a show like that one time I was reincarnated as a slime. The episodes were quite long. Going from that to this, where it's very short episodes, is a bit odd. might as well just do these feet bits while I'm waiting. I've 3D printed so many skulls. Hey, Lucky, what's going on, my dude? Welcome to the stream, man. Yeah, if I had a printer... Fuck. Then I'd 3D print mine. But I don't have a 3D printer. I'm just a poor boy from a poor family. This one's gonna need a second coat for sure. I've asked around at the game club if anyone owned a resin printer and no one did. You'll have to print your big demon ladies on an FDM printer. Yeah, looks that way, dude. I guess it also depends how much cleanup you're gonna have to do with those lines and stuff, you know? Support scarring can be a pain. Ugh. I will take your word for it. What are you sitting on? You weren't sitting on anything, so you're fine. You can go in a separate pile. I'm going to be using resin to FDM supports. I don't know what that means, but hopefully it works for you, bud. Yeah, so I've been watching this new anime. It's not new, but it's new to me. Right? It's new to me, and it's called Black Clover. It's interesting. But the one thing that keeps bugging me about animes, right, is there always seems to be this reoccurring trope where guy meets girl, girl likes guy, guy is completely fucking clueless, and then for whole seasons, nothing is done about it. And I'm just like... do something about it? Well, I'm the same way in real life. I always say that to people. If they like someone, say something. Oh, I really like this person, but I'm too scared. Don't be scared. Talk to her. Yeah, but this, that, and the other. Yeah, but nothing. You like the woman. Go and have a chat with her. So, when I see it in animes, it really bugs me. Probably a lot more than it should, to be fair. It's just an anime show, but, you know, a lot of shows do it. Yeah, exactly. It's a classic anime trope. Nah, that's how they rope you in. If they did something about it, you wouldn't continue watching. I would. I'd watch it for the action. Because there's a lot of fighting in Black Clover, which is really nice. It's what I'm watching it for. But there's obvious attraction to the main character by a few of the female characters, and it's just like, why don't you do something about it? Okay, this is the one annoying thing about what's the word we're looking for here? The push fit models is these little bits that they stand on. I really hope the Space Marines don't have this. I really hope not. If the Space Marines have got these little things they stand on, I'm snipping it off. Like Chief Librarian Tigerius, my model over there, he's meant to stand on like this pre-made, printed out bit of terrain on his base, but I didn't put him on it. I didn't like it at all. I was just like, nope, I'd rather put him on my own base. I'll do it for now. Let's see. Me too. Watch anime for the plot. Yes. Yes, the plot, my friend. Cultured men. Oh, dear. Although, I'm more of an ass man than a boob man, so that kind of plot doesn't really apply to me. That's the one thing about, like, anime women. It's always about their boobs and not about their ass. And I'm like, come on, show the booty some love. Let's see. What, for the Leviathan starter box? Yeah, Lucky. I got some bad news for you, buddy. The whole Leviathan box is push fit. Yeah, I'm not worried about them being push fit. I'm talking about the push fit having these little shitty bits of prefixed terrain on their feet. I'm not worried about the push fit nature. It's just this stupid little stuff on their feet that you got to color in on the pegs. None of the other models had that, I don't think. Maybe they did and I just didn't notice. You know what, maybe they did. I'm probably talking shit, maybe they did. Okay, it's you. You didn't have anything. You didn't have anything. You've got something. You've got something. You've got something. My God. You also have something. So many! Ah, fair enough, Lucky. Fair enough. They all have them, do they? Yeah, they have started doing it on some non-push fits, like Chief Librarian Sigirius. Thankfully, it was optional. You didn't have to slot into it, but I was like, oh, hell no. Also because that prefixed thing that he was meant to stand on didn't fit with the basing scheme I was going for. On some at least. Yeah, you're right, Older. On some of them they have. Oh, I need to check the results of the poll I put on the Discord last night, actually. The poll should be closed by now. I only put it on for 24 hours. Hang on, I need to see if I've got any response to a message I sent earlier on my phone. Okay. Oh, fair enough. Alright. Yeah, me and the ex-wife are currently discussing what we're gonna do for my kid's birthday. And, she sent me this, like, package deal at a place my kid wants to go for her birthday. But she only sent half the bloody screenshot, she didn't send the whole thing, so I was like, okay. So what does the package include? It just says, you know, welcome to this, that, and the other. I need the full picture, so I needed to make sure she sent the whole thing. Man. It's gonna be one of the cheaper birthdays she's had, thankfully, but it's still gonna cost a few pennies. It's a good thing I saved up for her birthday since her last birthday. Because we said to her, because she had a really big birthday last year, and it was very expensive. We said to her, it's like, we're not doing a big birthday this year. Just a small one with, like, maybe 10 of your mates or something small. And she was fine with that, thankfully. Well, I don't even remember the last time I celebrated my birthday. How old am I now? I'm 33. Fucking hell, I'm 33 and I'm gonna be 34 on my next birthday. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't even remember the last time I celebrated my birthday. I must have been... what, my mid-20s? What about you lads? Do you celebrate your birthdays, or you kind of like me where you just leave it? It's dark, I'm concerned, I'm scared. Get her some Warhammer. Lucky, she's got Star Wars Legion that she's built up. She's very smart. I only showed her how to build one model so that she could see the demonstration of how it's done, and she built the whole starter box herself. I primed them for her, but she built it. Where's it gone? Oh, have I lost her models? Nope, there they are. She built all of these herself. Like I said, I did the priming for her because I'm not trusting her with a spray can. But she built all of her little Star Wars Legion. Focus, please. Now, bear in mind, these are all the old Star Wars Legion prints. These are not the new ones. This is the old starter kits. So she's got the whole starter kit for the Empires versus the Rebel. So she's got some like AT-RT walkers. She's got some Rebels, some Stormtroopers. She has 2 Bark Speeders. She has, like I said, a whole bunch of Rebel Troopers, Stormtroopers. Where is he? Darth Vader. Again, these are the old sculpts. And then Luke Skywalker himself. Hang on, it's not focusing. So I primed them for her, and it's up to her to paint them. Some Skaven, perhaps. Do you know what? I did take her to the Warhammer shop to look at some of the models. And do you know which models she liked? All the big demon models. Like the Great Unclean One. Be'lakor. She loved those models. The only other ones she found interesting from Warhammer was the Age of Sigmar models with the dragons on them. She seemed to like those, but again, those are all very expensive models. So when I said to her about Star Wars Legion, because her and I have been watching like the Clone Wars, Mandalorian, and a few of the Star Wars shows like Rebels and stuff together. So when I said I've got some Star Wars minis she can build and paint, she was so excited. And Star Wars Legion is far cheaper than Warhammer. Which is also another reason why I want to start painting it. Because for the amount of money it takes me to buy Warhammer, I can buy full armies of Star Wars Legion in a quarter of the time. Now, because the prices have changed over the last few years, what I'm about to say is no longer applicable, but before all the price changes and all the reprints of Star Wars Legion and stuff, this is before all the price changes and reprints, a guy did a comparison on YouTube, and he was just like, which one should you collect, which one is cheaper, Star Wars Legion or Warhammer? So he compared Star Wars Legion and Warhammer, a 2,000 point army, roughly, right? Which one would be cheaper to collect? Depending, obviously, what you bought, he said, including some vehicles, elites, etc., he said it's going to cost you roughly somewhere between $1,500 and $2,000 to get a full, proper Warhammer army, right? And he said, in comparison with Star Wars Legion, it would cost you somewhere between $600 and $800. Now, again, that's not necessarily valid anymore because all the price changes have happened, all the new prints have come out, so his example now might not be factually correct anymore, but it was for a couple of years ago. Not since you turned 30, it's all downhill from there, mate. I did celebrate my last birthday, but that was only because my cousin and her husband came to visit from the US, and we did some bar crawls. Nice. You spent like 1,000 euros maybe, and a teeny tiny bit less on like 2.2k points of Space Marines. Yerp. It also depends how you get your miniatures, to be fair. If you buy all of it from just from Games Workshop or Warhammer, you're going to be spending a premium. But Star Wars Legion is still cheaper. And as a matter of fact, I'd love to have 2 Republic armies. One as my favorite battalion, the 212th, the Obi-Wan commands. You know, with the orange pauldrons, with Cody and all them. They're my favorite. And then, of course, I would like another Republic army led by Anakin Skypotter with the 501st, because 501st. They're not my favorite Legion by any stretch of the imagination, but, you know, they're highly represented. The blue berets of the Star Wars universe. It's funny to say that, actually. The 501st are the blue berets of Star Wars. The poster boys of the Republic. Alright, that's gonna need another coat when that's dry. Yeah, Lucky, that was me too. I bought a lot of the FOMO boxes, the single print boxes and stuff. That's exactly what I did. Which is why part of me thinks, should I buy the 11th edition launch box? Which is going to cost me close to £200 or however much it's going to cost. Or should I use that money and get pretty much most of my 212th Legion? Along with the new sculpt of Obi-Wan Kenobi, which is otherwise known as Space Jesus. Changed my mind. Obi-Wan Kenobi is Space Jesus. The Combat Patrol cut down 11th edition box seems pretty cool. Oh, I haven't seen that one, dude. I haven't seen. I didn't realize they'd already launched the previews for the Combat Patrol. What are the Combat Patrols missing from the main box, though? Because they're always missing something. I'm gonna do some window shopping and see how little you could get for 2K. The Combat Patrol cut down 11. Yeah, so, the Auspex Tactics did a video. No worries, Lucky. Take your time, dude. Take your time. Now, Lucky, when you're doing that 2,000 points list, bear in mind I like to run a lot of troops. I like infantry-heavy armies. I don't know if my old guard army was a statement of that enough, where I had 10 squads of 10 guardsmen. Alright, let's see. How's your... Yeah, you need your second coat. Okay, so the combat patrol style box league appears to have the captain, the librarian, 5 vanguard, 5 intercessors, and the land speeder. So you're dropping the ones with the heavy bolters, essentially, and the chaplain and the heavy bolters. Alright, now onto the biomass part. Now, how do I want to do the biomass? Alright, I'm open to suggestions on this one, guys. We've got these sticks of biomass sticking out the floor. How should I approach that? I mean, that looks like chitin. That's fine, I can do that in Leviathan purple, but we've got, like... Here we go, if I can hold him up to the camera. He's standing on, like, biomass. So I'm not entirely sure what I should do for him. Dropping the Eradicators, Ancient Jump Chaplain, and 5 Intercessors. Can I still buy Leviathan at my local store? Next Gen Tribe, I don't think you can. I'm happy to be corrected on that, but I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a limited print thing, but you never know. A store might have some left. I'm the wrong man to ask, though. I bought mine 3 years ago at my local store when it first came out. My instinct tells me no. As far as I know, it was limited print. Alright, once these are properly dry, we will test dry brush. One with Troll Slayer Orange. Although that might be a bit bright, I'm not sure. But we'll try one with bright Troll Slayer Orange. And then I'll try another one, maybe with Evil Sun Scarlet. So we can see if the red or the orange looks better. But unfortunately, next gen, I'm not sure you can, I'm afraid. Does anyone know if he can still buy it at his local shop? Yeah, I'm still trying to think what I should do with this biomass on the floor. Maybe I'm gonna do it with Magos Purple. If I just wash it over with Magos Purple. Or Sigvald Burgundy would look really cool to mix it up. Or maybe even some... No, not Ball Red. Doomfire... Ah! Doomfire Magenta. That could be cool. What are we thinking? Doomfire Magenta or Magos Purple for the biomass on the floor? I'll wait for you guys to respond. Unless an independent store has it, Leviathan is gone. Yeah, that's what I thought, but you never know. You might still get lucky and maybe find an independent game store or something that still might have one on the shelves, but it's been 3 years at least, so chances are slim. Unfortunately. You painted those greeblies the ground color. Fair enough, dude. Fair enough. Yeah, alright. Well, let's just get everyone's opinion then. Should we do it Magos Purple or Doomfire Magenta? So to give you an idea of the color difference, the Magos Purple is what I used on the skin, and the Doomfire Magenta is for like the guts and the sore bits. What do we think? I love the stripes. The stripes look really good. Adds so much character to the model. What we thinking? The sore gut bits or the pink, purpley, fleshy bit? You'd say Magos Purple. Interesting. The stripes are great. Thanks, Older. I'm actually really proud of the stripes. And the fact that I was patient enough. I'm more impressed that I was patient enough to do all 20 with the stripes. I thought I was going to give up halfway through just painting lines. I was like, ah. Swiggy saying Doomfire. Uh-oh. We got a 1-1 here, guys. The vote is tied between Doomfire and Magos. Somebody needs to cast the winning vote here. As much as I appreciate your input, Alder, I am also kind of thinking Doomfire because of... Alder, you've played Space Marine 2, right? Have you played Space Marine 2? I'm just going to ask that question before I follow up with what I was going to say. You have. So, do you know when you're running around and you see all that biomass all over the walls and the floor, and it's really gross and, like, fleshy looking? I think the Doomfire Magenta might be a bit of a better choice just because it is the biomass, you know? Oh, how cool would it be on one of my models if I could make a base of just like scattered biomass, yucky, gross bits? Oh, how is that for an idea? That would be so cool. I thought more about which color looks better with the Martian base. Yeah. I don't know. I still like the idea of the biomass personally. Well, we have two models with the same details. We can do one with the Magos, and we can see how it looks. And then we can do one with the Doomfire, and we can compare the two. What do we think about that? I think that's fair. But I'd love to do one of my models with the, like the biomass collected on the floor. I might have to look on YouTube to get some ideas for that, but that would be so cool. Ah, do you know what I've thought of, actually? You know, it's similar to this diorama effects mud stuff, right? Do you know the diorama effects for the snow? It's more, chunky than that stuff. If I was to get one with the snow, and then I color the snow in, like, biomass, and just little clumps of biomass on the floor, that could be really cool. What do you guys think of that? You can always cover it with dirt. Yeah, well, I'll try Magos Purple first, since you cast the first vote, bud. I'll do it with this first, and we'll see what we get. Alright? There's no harm in a little bit of experimentation. Not with that brush. This one. But yeah, what do you guys think about that biomass idea for a base? A basing scheme. I might do it if I get maybe like the Norn or something, you know? I need to get that big pool there in a sec. Just quickly go around the other side and I'll get that big pool. It's so difficult just to hold it by this tiny little pin. See, with the way this stuff behaves, I thought it would have been a shade paint, not a contrast. Acts more like a shade than a contrast, that's for damn sure. Alright. There's still a big pooling bit there. Alright, leave you alone for a minute. Let you dry up. A cool trick if you can do for icky biomass, if you put down PVA glue, drip some super glue in it, it gives a disgusting brain texture. Does it actually? Oh, that's cool. Ew, it sounds yucky though. Yeah, looking forward to that idea, man. Right. On to the next little bugger. With some Doomfire Magenta. I'm sounding like Captain Avarax. I can only spare 5 men. Captain Avarax, the only Scottish Space Marine known to exist. It would have been cool if they had one that was just like, that wasn't a captain, and he goes up to him, giving him like a Scotty reference from Star Trek, like, "Aye, Captain!" I'm just a Star Trek nerd, leave me alone. I like me Star Trek. Oh, this is very rich. Oh my goodness. No. No, I don't like that. That's very, very rich. Oh, what a difference in pigment, though. Holy crap. That is very different. Alright, leave those to dry. Yeah, that's quite different. Okay, I did some quick calculations for the army list. Let's have a look. If you were to get the Iron Halo Battle Force, discontinued now, the Dark Angels Combat Patrol, and the Ultramarines Combat Patrol, that would get you to 1645 points with a mix of different infantry and 2 dreadnoughts for a total of 460 euros for 1645. Oh, is the Iron Halo Battle Force discontinued now? That's actually not bad for 460 euros. It's not bad at all. I wonder how much that would be in pounds, though. While we're waiting for this to dry, why don't we go look it up and see how much it'd be in pounds? Where were you looking for that, Lucky? Were you looking for that on the Warhammer shop? Alright, let's pause that music for a sec. Where were you looking for that? So, Iron Halo. I know you said it was discontinued. Ooh, Chaplain model. Nice. You're gonna make me start buying things because I'm looking at models. I remember seeing it on my local store and regrettably didn't buy it. Okay, so since the Iron Halo's not there, so hang on. You said the Dark Angels Combat Patrol. So if I add that to cart, I'm not gonna buy it. We're just doing a calculation. And then the, did you say the Ultramarines one? Which Ultramarines Combat Patrol? That's Night Lords, Space Marines, Chaos Space Marines. The Adeptus Sororitas, Death Guard, World Eaters, Tyranids, Black Templars, Grey Knights, Thousand Suns, Space Wolves. Also, I can't find Ultramarines Combat Patrol on the Games Workshop page. Yeah, I can't see it either. Ping the picture of it in Discord. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, that's the Eye of Ultramar Combat Patrol, isn't it? Isn't that the one I've just finished? It is. Why is that a different box, though? Do I still have the box for my Eye of Ultramar? No, it's just the Space Marine Combat Patrol. Yeah, that is the one I bought. Oh, it was a limited run. It was one of those FOMO boxes disguised as Combat Patrols. Ah. Okay. Okay, well let's just say for example that it would have been roughly the same price in pounds by the looks of it. All chapter specific combat patrols are limited except Dark Angels, Blood Angels, and Space Wolves. Ah. Fair enough. Alright, let's go back over to the painting table. Because if I keep looking at models, I'm going to buy something and I don't want to. You can't make me! Let's have a look. So that's the two results we got there for the little... I think the Magos purple one looks much better, to be honest. Much, much better. Now, this one is mostly just chitin, so I'm probably just going to do Leviathan purple for these two, because it is just chitin sticking out the floor. Where is me Leviathan purple? I need to go to town and get another bottle of this. We need another bottle. We're looking for the next top model. That's right. We're drinking from the bottle. Honestly, I'm just spamming combat patrols with units that work for multiple armies is the best way to go. Which is fair, dude. I get it. You got 3 paint pots as prices for the tourney. I was gonna ask you how that went, dude. How did it go? I thought your strapping of the box idea was ingenious, by the way. It was awesome. With the ropes and stuff. Discount boxes plus a retailer that offers 25% discounts is the way to go. Yeah, for sure. Game 1 was a bit iffy, but secondary missions helped me win. Second game, my tank plus ballistas stationed at the top of the tower vaporized the main threat unit of my opponent. That basically won my second game. Dude, I had to look up a YouTube tutorial on how to tie it like that. Dude. Hey, I'm glad you won your games though, man. It's always good to hear. In 10th edition, like I said, all I did was to learn to play Warhammer 40k with Combat Patrol. I did 5 matches. I lost 3 of them, and I won 2 of them. Although one of the games I lost, I think I should have won. I lost in points, but I tabled his army. But because I didn't have the points, I lost. But I kind of sat there and thought, well, if your army is gone, it doesn't matter what objectives you've claimed, I have won. Because you have no troops left. But, you know, I didn't debate it. I was just like, nah, whatever. He won for points. Good for you. GG. So I think I should have won that one, but because of the points, I lost. And that was actually the match where I borrowed the Tyrannid Combat Patrol from the shop because I didn't have my Marines with me. Right. Now we're just waiting on the bases, people. I lost like 5 of my first games when I played, usually because of the big stupid mistake. Now it seems to have gotten better. Also, don't forget to spam your stratagems. Yeah, it was just Combat Patrol we were playing, and they were friendly games. It's not like we were dieharding or anything. It wasn't a tournament or anything. It was just learning how to play. And the employee at Games Workshop obviously standing watch over us, making sure we were doing it right and stuff, and telling us how to play the game. Right. Where is me brush? That one. This one might be a bit big for these bases. I'm gonna use this one. Combat Patrols are a bit simpler than the main game. The only difference is that Combat Patrol have less stratagems, fixed stationary objectives, and smaller map. Less enhancements. Yeah, I mean, I had fun with the Combat Patrols. Like, me and my opponent, we were mainly just goofing about. We were just having fun. They still look a bit wet. I don't know if maybe that's just a glossy finish. But I don't want to pull the shade off. Let's just give it a few more minutes, guys, because if it is still wet, I don't want to pull the shade off with the dry brushing. So what are we thinking, guys? Should I go with the orange or the red dry brush? I'm thinking the orange, but I'm not sure Troll Slayer orange. I think that might be a bit bright. Maybe Wild Rider? I'll hold them up so you guys can see. So, this is Wild Rider Red. It's more of an orange. And this is Troll Slayer. I think Troll Slayer might be too much of a jump up in color. You're seeing Troll Slayer. It might dry darker than this. Maybe you're right. We'll try Troll Slayer. Oh, like I said, we're just going to give this a minute to dry. Oh, I'll run out of coffee. Right, let me go get a drink while we're waiting. Behave yourselves.
Hello, boys! I'm back!
You need to push contrast more than you think on miniatures. Alright, dude. I'll take all of your advice and we'll do Troll Slayer. You know what? Living by yourself has its perks, man. I don't have any woman coming in here and be like, babe, you're being too loud, or when are you coming through, spend time with me. Like, woman? Shush. Shoo. My cave of solitude. I'll put that in the kitchen later. And that's another thing. I can just put that in the kitchen later. I don't have to worry about anyone be like, you haven't put your mugs away. Right. And then once we finish the bases, we'll glue the gaunts to the bases, and then we'll do the yellow details for them. And then we will do... I even don't think it needs the shade. Where's the shade gone? No, that's a contrast. Where's the shade gone? I've got all my paint pots just everywhere at the moment. Is this it? No, that's Gryph-hound Orange. Where did my red shade go? Is it behind the methylated spirit? That's why I really need to clean my desk. Like, holy crap. There we go, Caliber Crimson. I was going to use this as well, but I don't think it needs it. Really don't think it needs it. I might just do it around the hooves. Excuse me. We'll see. We shall see, boys and girls, we shall see. How are your gene stealers coming along, Older? I mean, they feel dry. Maybe it's just a glossy finish. The bean stealers. Lucky's like, woman? Woman! Now, obviously, we're not being derogatory to the opposite sex in any way, shape, or form. We're just guys talking shit. But yes, I do enjoy the single life. Not having to worry about when I do my laundry or when I do my house chores. Just do them when I want to. Finishing up base layers. Yeah, it's good. Lucky saying, I love women. Yes, I love women too, for the most part. They just don't love me. That's why I've been a single Pringle for 5 years. I'm a somewhat difficult man. So here we go. That's a perfect example to show you the difference. Beautiful! Yes, very pretty. That is good. Do you know what the hardest part about dating is, right? It's not even my age. I'm a good-looking guy. I have a child to another woman. And it's a bit of a deal breaker in modern dating, apparently. Because I had a child with another woman. So I was like, oh, okay. No worries, no problem. But if they had a child with another dude, they'd expect me to be fully okay with it. It's a strange world, the modern dating scene. Exactly, Lucky! Dudes! The man is a preacher. Maybe we'll raise him to the status of chaplain. He is preaching all the good shit today. Why women when you can Warhammer? Exactly. Well, I will be perfectly honest. As much as I shit-talk my ex-wife, she never had a problem with me doing my hobbying or my gaming or anything like that. She never really had an issue with it, mainly because she didn't care. So when I said to her, "Oh, love, you know, I'm gonna go buy this model," she's like, "Okay." "Oh, right, sweetheart, I'm gonna go play my games with the guys." All right. My ex-wife was never one of those women that would be like, "No, you can't play your games. No, you can't buy toy soldiers." She was never one of those women. So, I'll give her credit where credit is due there. She was like, "It's your money. If that's what you want to do with it, you go for it." I was like, "Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm on it." But yes, I really need to get my daughter invested in this hobby, I think. So she can build her little toy soldiers too. I might do a stream with her next weekend, because that's when I get her for a sleepover again. If she's interested in doing her soldiers. But yeah, if I can get her interested in doing her models on the weekend, I'll try and do a stream for it. Because she'll love that. She'll love the camera. If anything, she'll probably be more distracted by the stream than anything else. She's a little diva like that. When she sees a camera, she's all she poses and she likes to take command of the camera. Funny little thing. Another tip, take pictures of your work in progress models and put a B&W filter on it to see if the contrast is good. A B&W filter? What's that? Black and white. Ah.
I'm sorry, I don't know all the little shortcut words.
Ah. The elixir of life. It lets you see value without being distracted by the colors. Ooh. It's not a bad idea, actually. Never even thought about that. Words of wisdom. Talk to me, Lucky. Are you a Star Wars fan? Do you like Star Wars? Here, I can show you an example. Alright, man, just tag me in the Discord. I do enjoy some Star Wars. Excellent. So if you were to collect a Star Wars Legion set of minis, not necessarily an armor, but if you were an army, sorry, but if you were to buy some, what faction would you choose? Which factions are miniaturized? So, so far with the new sculpts, we've got the Republic, the Separatists, the Empire, the Rebellion, the Mandalorians. I'm not sure if they've done the Shadow stuff yet, the Shadow Collective, in the new sculpts. Maybe they have. I haven't really looked at it. But you got the main four, and possibly the Mandalorians and Shadow Collective. There we go. Dunsies. Ba-bow. Ugh. Right. Now, we have the fun task of gluing him. Okay, I'm just scraping off brown paint at this point. It's fine, I'll repaint that, it's fine. Yikes. The clone troopers. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'm just gonna leave them on their side there so they can glue can dry. Ah, a bit was spiky. Why is that coming out in gushes? Somewhat annoying. Yeah, as it turns out, I'm gonna have to repaint some of this brown stuff. fine. It's fine, it's fine. Alright, I'll get to it in just a few minutes, Lucky. Let's have a look. I see. Okay, I see what you mean now. I was hoping not all of these would be such bastards to put in. I don't want to snap their legs off either. See, he went in easy enough. Why can't they all be like that? One of these days, I'm gonna shave my bloody head. Having long hair is a pain in the ass. See if I can sweet talk my kid into letting me shave my head. Wait, hang on. I've started shaving my head like a year ago, which was watching a video and the dude had like half bangs or whatever, and it was touching his forehead and just above his eyebrow, and I thought about it and it pissed me off, so I'd go insane at this point. Oh yeah, dude, like it's... I like having long hair. I love having my long hair, but it really does piss me off when it gets in my face. For example, if I was to just let my hair down without tucking it behind my my thing here, if I was just to... There you go. It's all in my face. So, I mean, it's just my hair normal without tying it back or anything. It's on my face, it's on my eyes. Can't really see anything. I look ridiculous, so I've got to tuck it away. You're about to crash out? What do you mean? Like, go to sleep?
You off to sleep, mate?
Nah, your hair in your face. Oh, right. It's a pain in the arse. I imagined how it must feel and made me angry, dude. Yeah, it's not a nice feeling. I like having long hair. I look very weird with short hair. Like, I look weird with short hair, man. I don't even know how to describe it. But yeah, it just looked utterly bizarre with short hair. Why? Kind of off topic, but people noticed the care I put to my bases for the big models. They'll notice the tiny details, and they said it would really nice in the game club. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Doesn't it feel great when somebody appreciates your work and all the effort you put in? See how my hair has just dipped into my face again? This isn't so bad. But when it's windy outside and my hair's flapping all over the place like an absolute pansy. But trust me, it's better I have longer hair. You guys would freak out if you ever saw me with short hair. Clippers no gargle. Brr. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I think my daughter would be very upset with me. She's the one that said I'm not allowed to cut my hair. She loves it when I've got long hair. It reminds her of when she was a baby, because when she was a baby, I had the Viking mohawk. If you guys have ever seen the show Vikings, you know that when Ragnar's got his Viking mohawk sort of thing. I had that when she was a baby. So she quite likes it when I've got long hair. Honestly, amazing people walking over and inspecting my models. Yeah, it feels so good. It feels so good when people do that. That's how I felt when people were looking at my Space Marines and they loved how bright and vibrant they were and the blue I'd used. And people were like, oh my god, this is incredible. And I'm like, yeah, baby! I don't think I've got any pictures on my phone, but do you want me to try and find a picture on my phone where I had short hair? You guys can all freak out together. I'll do it tonight after the stream. How about that? I think one of the people who used to watch my channel when I shaved my head that one time said I looked like a sex pest with shaved head. I was like, gee, thanks. They were like, yeah, you belong in a register somewhere. I was like, thank you? Question mark? The annoying thing is that you literally cannot see the detail I put into the face in person. I had to pull up a picture. Ah, fair. But yeah, I've got to repaint all those fucking brown bits now because I scraped half the paint off. But you did great work on that jump captain, dude. You did absolutely solid work. The volumetric highlights and everything, absolutely amazing. Really, really like it. Oh man, right. So let's wait for this glue to dry, and then I'll go ahead and fix the bases. Oh, thankfully it's Gorilla Glue, so it doesn't take that long to dry. But yeah, I've decided I'll do non-metallic metal for gold, and volumetric highlights for the blue for Gilliman. Ooh. Yeah, I don't have Gilliman, but I do have Lieutenant Titus and Marneus Calgar. Quite looking forward to doing them in my blue style. Thing is, with my blue style, I don't need to do volumetric highlights. You need a break from centerpiece models for a bit. Yeah, I feel you, dude. Just do some, like, rank and file troopers for a while. Oh, man. But yeah, I know exactly how you feel about, like, the character models. Alright, we're just waiting for this glue to dry. And then I'll go ahead and fix the little pieces of crap. Honestly, I should have just snipped them off, but whatever. And then we'll apply the same steps to the little bits on their feet. So what's your next project after the bunk captain? With the hammer. Bunk. What are you thinking about doing next? Still need to decide. Ah. What models do you have? What do you have lined up? What boxes have you got? You might just do some guitar. Fair enough, my dude. Fair enough. MX, hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. How are you today? We're just finishing off some gaunts today. We're waiting for the glue on the bases to dry. Actually, while we're waiting on that, let me quickly go check the Discord. Okay, so the results for the poll were you guys wanted me to cover it in a live stream. And I'm fine doing that, that's not a problem. Saves me having to do a recording. So, fantastic! But it also means you get to sit there through the whole character creation process and watch me build all the characters for the space station. And what we'll do for that stream is the first people to show up to the stream will be the ones that get characters named after them. For the playthrough on that, I think. I think that's fair, don't we all? Swaggy! Dude, this Finnish folk song is so peak. I don't even know how to pronounce what you've just typed. I don't know how to pronounce that, dude. I'm sorry. MX saying he's good. Just finished building my Sword Brethren squad. And my wet palette just got delivered. Score! Unpainted are Von Ryan Leapers, Winged Tyranid Prime, Ripper Swarm, 5 Intercessors, 5 Reavers, 3D printed Armiger, the Spider Lady. Unbuilt are JPI, Sternguard, Redemptor, and Gilliman. Do the Leapers, do the Leapers, do the Leapers, do the Leapers, because I want to do my Leapers too, and I want to see more Leapers. Do the Leapers, do the Leapers, do the Leapers. Do it! Do it! Okay, so Sankialka Sankialka Polka. Is that how you say that? Sankialka Polka. I'm probably butchering it, dude. I barely speak English. I'm from England and I barely speak English. Trying to pronounce somebody else's language is like... Oh, an unpainted is printed Norn Emissary, and I'm printing a fucking Thunderhawk. Yeah, boy. It is indeed how you say it. Scar. Alright, come on, glue. Hurry up and dry. I want to fix the bases. Alright, might be able to do some of it just now. I'll just have to be careful with the glue. That guy's okay. Were you one of them? Nope. Neither were... Actually, you are... Nope, you're not. Are you? Yes, you are. Thankfully, I didn't rip any of the paint off of this one. He just needs to get the finishing details. Yep, ripped all the paint off of this one, though, for sure. You weren't butchering it one bit, surprisingly. Hell yeah! Did you know my family tree? Because my grandmother did our family history. She did all of it, right? As far back as records go. That was her hobby, family history, right? And, in, what was it, the mid-1800s, my family comes from Norway, believe it or not. My family has not always been in England. My family comes from Norway. Back in the 1800s, which I thought was really cool. During the award ceremony after the games, they give an extra paint pot to the people with the unfinished last wars painted armies. Yeah, like a boot up the arse. It's like, go get them finished sort of thing. That's gonna need a second coat on that bit. How about this bit where I stripped all the paint off? Sticking out like a sore thumb on the base right now with the brown because we'll need to do the touch-ups for it. So I'll leave you to one side, like over here somewhere. Got to be careful not to touch that glue. You're still a military family. Nice. Yeah, maybe older. Maybe. Womp womp. Maybe so. I don't know. I cannot speak for my ancestors. But yes, so as far as my family heat tree goes back, myself and my sister... Well, actually, no, not even, because we were both born in England, so... My daughter and my sister's children are the first Scottish born in Scotland in our family. Because all the rest of us were born in England. So yeah, they're the first lot born in Scotland. Getting all this dry glue on me. Oh yeah, happy days, my dude. I would definitely play more Warhammer if I had an actual army, an actual standing army. And if the shop was a little bit closer, because it takes me about 40 minutes to walk there, and about 40 minutes back. Maybe just a little bit longer back, because it's all uphill on the way back. My hair is getting in my face. Wallace and Gromit, yes! You just randomly remembered Wallace and Gromit. Wallace and Gromit was great. Back in my day, I had to walk uphill both ways to play Warhammer. You kids have it easy nowadays. Finest smellers. We'll have less of that, please, Lucky. Less of that, thank you. I'm not sure if that was a typo or if it was deliberate, but we'll have less of that. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to dry brush these small bits with the Troll Slayer Orange. That's going to be an interesting challenge. Yep, scraped all the paint off of this one, that's for sure. I'm gonna have to get that little itty bitty little dry brush out and hit those bits. who's next? Yeah, you're right. I'll have to just be careful with the dry brush. I don't want to end up dry brushing the figurine with the orange. I'm surprised that playlist is going. It wasn't the longest playlist. Use a brush you don't care about. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, let's wait for those to dry, and then we'll go back in and fix those bases up. All this bloody glue drying on me now. Oh, cannot wait for my shower tonight, tell you that. So next was the Fugian Orange and Troll Slayer. So let's put some of these back that we don't particularly need right now. These were all new paints I didn't have a spot for yet. Yep. Okay. While I'm waiting for that to dry, maybe I do the yellow bits next? I'm just thinking. I mean, I totally could. Nothing's stopping me from doing the yellow bits. Right, let's give it a shot. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to need to go back in with a bit of Wraithbone on the eyes first, so... Chuck that in the Vortex Mixer. And upside down. Let that mix up for a minute. Wraithbone. Righty-ho then. That should be enough. I don't even know if it's worth dotting it with Wraithbone, if I'm perfectly honest. I might try some with and without the Wraithbone. I'm getting all this glue on my hand, and it's... Well, duh, it's sticky, but it's annoying sticky, you know? Might need to go wash my hands here in a minute. Right, let me get this Bad Moon's Yellow. Get that all mixed up, and we'll try one without and one with the Wraithbone dot. Mix it up real quick. Open says me. one of them done. Now, what about the ones with the whiter eyes? See how that looks. Seems to be coming out more of a green than a yellow. I'm just gonna chuck out the vortex mixer again for a few seconds. Alright, we'll see how they look in a minute. There was another one with white eyes I'd already done. Let's have a look. Way too much on the end of that brush. And I think that's the music finally stopped. Let's go and find some more!
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Can't particularly say I like this contrast paint. It's too liquidy.
Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm
It's acting more like a shade than it is a contrast paint.
exaggerated.
Using speed paint, contrast paints to paint eyeballs is diabolical.
Stories over
Well,
now. I
you paint your minis how you want to, I'll do mine how I want to.
I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear I weighed the person you
And then I want to put like a red stripe down the middle of the eyes once this dries. Just a small little red line in the eyes. What the hell is this music? I don't like it. No. No, no, no.
I don't like it.
Instead of making Titan's Forge World, should make an Imperial starship. Yes, Swiggy, yes. That would be sick. Which Imperial starship did you have in mind? The Star Destroyer, or what did you have in mind? I don't think I like this speed paint very much. I'll tell you what, I'll use it for the bits on the guns, but I don't think I like it for the eyes very much. It's just not... it's not got enough yellow in it. It's too liquidy. I'll use it for these little guns, but apart from that... Cobra Class. That'd be cool. I like the Architans myself. I've always been an Architans man. The Architans Light Cruiser. Yeah, might have to go and wash my hands in a bit, guys, because I'm just getting covered in this glue. Right. No, not a big fan of that contrast paint. That was a waste of money. Let's see. Lucky, what's the ship where the famous "We are still flying half a ship" quote came from? So that was the episode 3. That was the Providence class from episode 3. The Providence class separatists ship. I'm not sure if that was the Dreadnought version or the standard version, but it was the Providence class. The one where Obi-Wan, Anakin, and the Chancellor are all on board. It's like, not to worry, we're still flying half a ship. Yeah, that thing's a fucking beast. Absolute beast. And that's my favorite scene, where you see the Venator and the Providence just pounding the shit out of each other with their broadsides. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. I love that scene. It can survive a landing as just half a ship, I think, is kind of neat. Yeah, dude, it's great. Yeah, I don't like that contrast paint. It's too liquidy, it's very hard to control, and I don't like it. Definitely not one I would recommend buying at all. So, Bad Moon Yellow Contrast. Save you money. I'm trying to do the same thing with a very similar shade acrylic, but we'll see. Also, ain't no way Anakin was looking like that and dressing like that without anyone asking questions about his loyalty to the... Oh, dear. I don't know, I was always more of an Obi-Wan fan than I was an Anakin fan. I loved Ewan McGregor. Do you know a game I haven't played in a very long time? Star Trek Online. I haven't played that in ages. If I take a look at my Steam, it's probably been about a year. Used to grind the shit out of Star Trek Online. Pretty sure I was working on a Klingon character, wasn't I? I might have to install it tonight and have a little look at it. See, I never really got into the whole MMORPG thing, but Star Trek Online, I enjoyed that one. We got any other Star Trek fans in the chat? Here's my favorite quote. Use the Force, Spock, Dumbledore. Oh, how you can piss off so many nerds at once. Sent from the TARDIS. Translated by SG-1. See, I'm just a fan of all sci-fi. I'm not one camp or the other. I like all sci-fi. I like a lot of fantasy stuff too. So I'm not really one of those guys that really cares. I think it's a funny quote though. Knowing Spock, he would argue that using the Force is illogical. Spock is a nerd. Yes, he is. He is also a Vulcan. Yes, he definitely would be one of those types, wouldn't he? He'd just be a pointy-eared version of Leandros. But I don't know, I like Star Trek. I've just finished watching Voyager for the god knows how many time. For me, Star Trek is one of my comfort shows. When I don't know what else to watch, I watch Star Trek. You like the JJ verse Star Treks? That's fair enough. I think if he used a lot less lens flare on his shots, it would have been a bit better. As a filming point of view, but no, they were fine. I love that they chose Simon Pegg for Scotty, though. Big fan of Simon Pegg. From his Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead days. Yeah, I was very happy they chose him for Scotty. It was a shame they didn't continue those lines of movies. Because they were not half bad. Right. So all the eyes done. Let's go and have a look at these bases. Yeah. I'm gonna need to talk to my kid because this hair is now getting a bit much. I spent 2 years growing it out. Now that I've grown it out, all I want to do is chop it off. Fugian orange. But lucky, so you didn't like any of the older Star Treks, like Next Generation or Voyager, DS9? None of that? Never really gotten into them. I did watch an episode here and there when they were on TV, but that was some time ago. Yeah, that's fair enough, dude. I'm just making conversation. See, I grew up watching all sorts of sci-fi. I couldn't get enough. Although there was one sci-fi that I never really could get into, and that was Andromeda. Did you ever watch Andromeda? For some reason, it was just one I could never really get into. What sci-fi show I did like though was Battlestar Galactica. The original or the remake? I started watching the remake a little while ago. It's fine. It's not bad. It's fine. I think the story's a little bit all over the place at the moment where I'm at. I'm still on season 1. But like I said, it's a bit all over the place. I only started watching it because somebody told me the Pegasus shows up. Like they did in the original. Like, I grew up watching the original version of it, right? And in the original Battlestar Galactica, when the Pegasus showed up, it was such a cool moment. You know, the theme song kicks in, the Cylons freak out. Pegasus swoops in and saves the day. I was like, aw, yeah. There's that scene where, in the OG Battlestar, where Galactica's, you know, she's struggling, she's taking damage, the Cylons are swarming her, you know, the Viper pilots really just couldn't keep the Cylon fighters off of her. And she's taking heavy damage. And Balthasar sat in his ship with his Cylons gloating. He's like, this is the end, Adama. The end of the Galactica. He sat there boasting away. And then all you hear is the theme song slowly kicking in. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. And then the Cylon looks to the side of him, looks out the window, and sees this other Battlestar getting closer and closer. And the Cylon says, Lord Balthasar is like, not now, damn it, can't you see we're on the eve of victory? And he's like, what about the other Battlestar? And he's like, what do you mean the other Battlestar? And he's like, there is another Battlestar, and he's looking at it, and the Battlestar Pegasus is about to ram Balthasar out the bloody sky. And, like, Balthasar's like, what? It's classic, man. The OG Battlestar Galactica was fucking great. But it was the old theme song for Battlestar Galactica. It's just classic. Bam ba ba dum ba ba dum ba ba dum bam ba ba dum bam bam bam. The OG Battlestar will always forever have a place in my heart. It's old as fuck now though. If you went back to try and watch it, it would be rough. It did not age very well. The remake, or the new one. Yeah, the new one's fine. Like I said, I'm on season 1 of it, and I just feel like the story is a bit all over the place at the moment. You know, it's like, yes, we're running away from the Cylons, and they keep engaging us and all the rest of it. But what I don't like is it keeps snapping to the present, to the past, to the present, to the past, to the planets, to the present, to the past. It's all over the fucking place. Choose a setting and stick with it. It's very annoying that it keeps doing this. So I'm kind of part of the way through season 1 of it. I'm not sure if I'll keep watching it though, because I am getting very frustrated that they keep doing flashbacks to the past. When I was still playing Destiny 2, my ship was a Cylon Raider. Hey, nice. Kind of cringe how the Battlestar ships are actually those rectangle boys and not the Cylon bases that look like actual stars now. I guess. If it makes you feel any better, the Battlestars look a hell of a lot better in the new show than they did in the old show. In the old show, the Battlestars looked... they looked rough. Even for those standards, you know? And I've dropped my brush again. I would hate watching Memento. Why? What's in Memento? What's that about? And I've knocked my vape over. It's hard to explain, but there's like 40 scenes or whatever, but it shows one scene, 40 seconds in scene. Oh god, no! Oh no, 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 no! Didn't want to watch that. No, 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 no. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. No, 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 no. That just hurts my head thinking about it. What I think I'll do with the remake of Battlestar Galactica, or the new version, or whatever it's called, I'll put up with it until I get to see Pegasus. Because that's the whole reason I watched it. Somebody told me the Pegasus intro was really cool. So I'll wait until I see Pegasus, and I'll decide if I want to keep watching from there. Oh, Lucky, have you ever heard of a game called X4 Foundations? You ever heard of that game? Negative! Okay, so it's like a grand space strategy game. Not only a strategy game, but it's like just like a Grand X style game in space, where you start with nothing and you can build empires, but there are ship mods that you can put into the game. Ship mods. And I actually had 2 Battlestars in my fleet that were also my fighter carriers, believe it or not. And I used them to punch through into an enemy sector and start deploying mass waves of fighters to annihilate my enemies. Oh, the Battlestars. I also had the Federation starships as well. I used a whole bunch of ship mods just to spice up the fleet. Because when you played so much X4 like I have, you just need more ships to be able to play with. X4 is a great game, dude. I used to play it so much over on Twitch. Yeah. Fair enough, dude. No Man's Sky is an interesting game, but there's a problem I have with games like that, dude. And I'm not seeking sympathy here at all, but I avoid those kind of games because they are designed to be played with friends, and I don't really have any friends to play games with. So I tend to avoid those types of games. Again, that's not me sympathy hunting or anything, it's just a sad fact. So I didn't really play much of No Man's Sky. Well, we're almost done with the Gaunts. I just need to do the dry brushing, and then the Crimson Cataberg, and then they are done. Might as well do this while I'm waiting. That looks thick. Let me mix it a little bit more. I might actually jump on some Star Citizen tonight. I haven't played Star Citizen in a while. Might jump on that tonight. I just bought a salvage ship and then stopped playing for a few days because I was busy doing this. Yeah. That one, dude. The very same. I've not played it in a few nights, so I might jump on for a few hours, do some salvaging or something. Me and my friend Strand were playing Star Citizen for a little while. So I kind of got into it a little bit. I kind of avoided it because of all the bugs and I didn't have anyone to play it with. but he joined me for a little while, and I kind of got into it, actually. It's not that bad. It's still got a lot of bugs to it, but yeah, it's good fun. I technically didn't buy into Star Citizen, though. I didn't buy into it. The one of my viewers over on Twitch gifted me a pledge ship to go and enjoy the experience of Star Citizen, which was very generous of him. So I technically didn't buy into it. It was a gifted pledge ship from a viewer. I remember being excited about that game while I was still in high school. Damn, dude. Am I allowed to ask how old you are, or is that not appropriate? You think you're 28? Battlestar Galactica Online. Dude, that sounds sick. Is that not a thing anymore, then? Or is that like an old thing? Dude, Battlestar Galactica Online. That sounds amazing. I feel like I missed out on that one. Okay, we could just drop them. It was cool, but the ship controls were cooked. I don't know what that means. If you were in a sharp bank and wanted to pull up to turn even faster, it would just start pointing you towards the top of your screen. Fair. Yeah, it sounds like a good game, that. So, let me guess, there was a lot of dog fighting and fighting in space and that sort of thing, was there? Man, I might have to go on YouTube and check out some old gameplay of that, because that sounded like... Is it no longer active, then, Battlestar Galactica Online? Opposite of what you would have in a game like War Thunder. Oh, it's a game from 2011. Oh, damn. Yeah, War Thunder is the only video game that I have broken 1,000 hours in. And I'm still not very good at it. I'm one of those pilots. I've played so much of it, but I'm still not very good at it. I wish I could stop dropping my brushes, that would be nice. Any other ones? I think we've got about 1 or 2 of these left to do. Alright, I think that's all of them. Now we're on to the dry brushing stage. Where's my troll slayer? Yeah, this is going to be very difficult to get into these bits. I might just have to dab. No, I'm not too worried about it. I don't mind it having a bit of a rough look. I've got to redo some of these claws with the black anyway. Because I skiffed some of them with the tweezers and broke off chunks of it. So I've got to go over them in the black when I do my my rims. I wonder what game I should play tonight. I'm kind of thinking like Star Citizen, or maybe I should practice Space Haven for when I stream it, so I'm not complete and utter noob. Dunno. The options. The options are limitless! You could go to bed earlier. Nah.
If I went to bed, dude, I'd just be sat there, staring at the ceiling, or watching something on my phone.
And I'm not even finished my... Well, actually, no. I have just finished a monster, so going to sleep is not happening anytime soon. I'll be up for a while playing games. I just gotta choose a good one. I might just practice in Space Haven. That way, when I do stream it, I'm not gonna be an absolute noob and have no idea what I'm doing. Because the poll said people wanted me to cover it on my channel, and the poll also said people wanted it as a live stream, so I've got my work cut out for me. It's gonna be interesting. Did you vote in the poll by any chance, Lucky? Or did you give it a miss? You missed it. Fair enough. So basically the poll was asking if I should play the 1.0 release of Space Haven. A game I used to play a lot on the channel back in the day. But it was in early access back then. There was a poll asking if I should play the 1.0 release on the channel or not. People said yes for the poll. And the second poll was asking if it should be in video or live stream form. And people answered live stream. You'd say live. You already missed the opportunity to vote, bud. The poll has finished. So what I might try and do is jump on some Space Haven tonight and practice for when I do the live stream so I can see what the 1.0 is all about. That's the idea. Because if I go into it blind and they've made so many changes where I don't know what the bloody hell I'm doing, it's going to be a bit of a shock to my system. I'll turn around, but what happened? I have noticed the last couple of live streams though, we seem to be dwindling in viewers. Which sucks, but not much I can do about it.
Groundfog, hello! How are you? Welcome to the stream. We're almost finished these little buggers. All I need to do is tidy up their claws, do the rims, and they are done. And then on the next stream, we get to move on to something else. Though I might have to start doing what Chaplin does and just do the streams on the weekends. But because I have my daughter every second weekend, not entirely sure how that would work. How are we doing today though, Groundfog? You right, mate? Gonna leave him over here because I've scuffed some of his arm when I was using the tweezers. Need to clean that up a little bit. I'm definitely gonna have to get a coat of varnish on these guys though. Hopefully my spray varnish is still okay. If not, I'm going to need to go buy some. Alright, Lucky. Good night, my dude. See you in a bit. Not to worry for everyone else who's still lurking in the chat. I'm almost done with the gaunts. I'm just tidying up these claws, doing the rims, and then that is 20 gaunts all finished. And then the next project to work on will be the Neuro gaunts. Although I'm not sure if I'll do them on stream or not. I might just work on them on my own. Like I said, I might just start streaming on the weekends instead of during the week. Alright. So that was Black Templar, so I need Black Legion next. Which should be over there. There we go. Chuck that through the vortex mixer real quick. And then I've got to find me a Tupperware box to put all these little buggers. Alright. Last bit. One bugger. Who have we still got hanging out in the chat, guys? I'm not sure if we've got anyone else still hanging out in the chat, but I'm going to do this bit off camera, ladies and gents, boys and girls, because it's not going to be that exciting for you to watch. And that is 20 Gaunts done. Next project, like I said, I'm going to do the Noodle Gaunts, because I believe that's 11 miniatures, so not a full 20. And I should be able to get that done in a few days. Like I said, I'm not sure if I'm going to stream it or not. I'm going to have a conversation with a few people, and I'll take it from there. But thank you very much for hanging out, guys. Bye-bye for now.
In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're ruining this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. But metal hearts will never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never stop. Raise our arms, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never stop. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field.